Киркорова, наверное, копирайт будет. Печально. А что с этим поделать можно? Я вообще на самом деле не знаю, что же. Что-то. Надо вот продолжить все-таки здесь, наверное, что здесь происходило. Иначе как бы непонятно, что делать. Ничего у нас нету. Игр нету. Надо какие-то домики сюда построить. То есть там вот очень много урок про какой-то интерьер и архитектуру. Типа я бы на самом деле не отказался от какой-то архитектуры. В плане какие-то домики, то есть... Текстуры у нас есть. Тут галочка, кстати, галочка. На самом деле я не вижу, чтобы она что-то добавила, помимо того, что FPS прям сильно очень дропается. FPS прям сильно дропается. Вообще не попадаю. Вообще не попадает. Заебись, самоизолируемся, да. интернет, что ли, не работает? Или у них там в Америке интернет отключили? В Америке интернет отключили. Что тоже может вполне так себе и быть.
We used it to test and find out when the character has died. What we need is the ability to query this value inside of our character animation blueprint. And here's how we're going to do that. I'm going to take our pawn owner. So this should be the pawn that we're actually controlling. And to make it a little easier to follow the wires, I'm going to use a reroute node down here. And transition rule, here's our isDead variable, and we can just plug that in. And what that means is, as soon as this state machine detects that isDead is set to true, then we'll blend over into the dead state and play some sort of death animation. And you can actually mouse over a transition rule and see a nice representation of how that rule works. Now we just need to set up the dead state. Now you could do this the easy way, right? And the easy way would be to grab just any random one of the deaths and then just connect it up. However, you do want to make sure you don't want this animation to loop, because if it loops, he's going to just die over and over and over. So you want to turn off loop animation for this. Now you could do this, and this means that every character that dies will play the exact same death animation, which is fine for prototyping, but we're going to go one step above and beyond. Let's disconnect that. Let's bring in death 2, and we'll make that not loop. And then death 3, and also make that not loop, because you're only ever playing a death animation one time through. Okay, now we need a way to blend, or basically randomly choose between different ones of these. And the way we're going to choose a random one is by using a special node called a blend by int. Now the way a blend by int node works is that it's going to take in some number, it's a zero-based number, that will determine which connected asset you actually want to play. Right now there's no connections though. You create connections on this node by right-clicking near the bottom of it and choosing Add Blend Pin. So now we have blend pose 0 and blend pose 1. So if we connect death 1 here and death 2 here, if the active child index, if this pin receives a value of 0, we'll be playing death 1. If it receives a value of 1, we'll be playing death 2. Now we don't really need these blend time pins. These are allowing you to control how long it takes to blend into the animation. So I'm going to come down here to my details panel with the blend poses by int node selected, and I'm going to uncheck as pin blend time. So that'll just make those connections go away. But we need one more pin, so let's right click near the bottom again and choose add blend pin one more time. And there we go. So now we have another pin and we can connect all three of our death animations. Now what we need is some way to drive this active child index. And we're going to set that up over in the event graph. Now this is a funny thing. We have a graph here, which is essentially being called on every single update. So the value of speed is always being set, the value of direction is always being set, we're always doing this cast to base character, and we're always checking the state of is dead. What we want to do now is choose a random number between 0 and 2. So that's got three options, 0, 1, or 2. But we only want to choose that one time. We don't want to keep choosing a random number on every single update. So let's do a branch here. As soon as we detect that the character is dead, so at some point, as soon as the character dies, this will test true. And as soon as this tests true, we want to do something once. And what we want to do is choose a random number between 0 and 2. But again, we only want to choose that number one time. We don't want to keep choosing a random number over and over again, or our character will start to freak out because as he's playing, he'll choose different animations to play. So after the do once, we're going to right click down here underneath and choose random int. Now the way a random integer works is it's automatically going to have a lower value of 0, and then you just choose the max. And in this case, the max is going to be 2. So you're going to get 0, 1, or 2. And let's see, it says 0 and max minus 1. So, well, let's do 0 and 3 just to be safe. So let's now take this and we'll store it. So let's right click and choose promote to variable. And we will set this to, let's give it a cool name. We'll call this death animation selector. And we'll connect that. And we're only going to grab that random number once. So let's compile. And let's go back over to our animation graph. Let's step down inside our state machine. And you'll notice we're starting to open up a lot of copies of these tabs. I end up doing that all the time, so it's just kind of weird sometimes. If you are paying attention to your tabs, which I'm notoriously bad about, you can just jump right to where you want to be. So here we are down inside the dead state. You can use your breadcrumbs to navigate. So we can connect this blend poses by
Некуда вставлять. Сука, разрядилась и некуда вставить, блядь. Ну а что поделать?
by int back up to our final animation pose. And now we can choose our death animation selector and we can plug that right into the active child index. So at a glance, what's happening is we're collecting all this data. We're collecting speed, collecting direction. We're collecting the state of isDead. And then we're testing isDead to see if it's ever true. If it ever tests true, we're going to fire a
Ну там, вот видите, я бы показал, но у меня телефон разрядился, я не могу показывать. О. Там какие-то нелюди какие-то, вон, живут у меня под окнами в бараках. И сверлят еще, понимаете, в чем дело? И строят свою башню. Я с этим ничего не могу поделать. Блядь, запретили, блядь? Так нет же, хуячат все равно. Строить можно? Я, блядь, не думаю, что там не заразно нихуя. Они же там же и живут, в этих бараках, блядь.
Do once. So this operation will only happen one time. We're going to choose a random number, either 0, 1, or 2, and then we're going to use that to drive what death animation we're
Вообще не регистрируется. Как ни странно, от FPS зависит очень. По-моему, одна и та же анимация играет все время, то есть.
Blend pose 1. So if we connect deth 1 here and deth 2 here, if the active child index, if this pin receives a value of 0, we'll be playing deth 1. If it receives a value of 1, we'll be playing deth 2. Now, we don't really need these blend time pins. These are allowing you to control how long it takes to blend into the animation. So I'm going to come down here to my details panel with the blend poses by int node selected, and I'm going to uncheck as pin blend time. So that'll just make those connections go away. But we need one more pin.
Нихуя же не будет работать таким образом. Одна и та же игра. Еще лагают каким-то образом.
And so let's right click 3 and also make called a blend by int. Now the way a blend by int node works is that it's going to take in some number, it's a zero-based number, that will determine which connected asset you actually want to play. Right now there's no connections though. You create connections on this node by right-clicking near the bottom of it and choosing Add Blend Pin. So now we have blend pose 0 and blend pose 1. So if we connect deth 1 here and deth 2 here, if the active child index, if this pin receives a value of 0, we'll be playing deth 1. If it receives a value of 1, we'll be playing deth 2. Now we don't really need these blend time pins. These are allowing you to control how long it takes to blend into the animation. So I'm going to come down here to my details panel with the blend poses by int node selected, and I'm going to uncheck as pin blend time.
Что-то я очень устал. Только включила и никаких сил нет. Надо и светло как-то слишком, и я не знаю даже, то есть. Надо, надо прилечь, отдохнуть, я не знаю, то есть.
So that'll just make those connections go away. But we need one more pin, so let's write this blend poses by int back up to 2, and then we're going to use that to drive what death animation we're going to play. And we're only going to be in this state. We will only be able to play these nodes if, and only if, this transition rule between the two states ever tests true. And we're driving that with isDead. So as soon as isDead tests to true, then we'll pass into the dead state, we'll choose a death animation, and we'll play it. So with all that, let's test it out. So we'll compile, we'll save, we'll go back here to the arena map and play, and let's find the bad guys and let them kill us, and we're dead. And then we freeze, and then suddenly we're back. So hey, it's working! We have a death animation! And there you go. Now, up to this point, we've got a character. He's animated. He can shoot bad guys. If he gets chomped on too much, he eventually dies. You'll notice that his gun, however, is not really in his hand. It's just kind of bolted to the side of his capsule. So it's kind of floating there in space. As a matter of fact, when he gets killed, it just continues floating in the air. So in this video, I want to solve that problem. We're going to actually attach the gun to the character's hand properly so that everything looks right. Now, the way you handle this is inside of Persona using a special object called a socket. So let's go into our animation assets, and I want to specifically grab the animation idle rifle hip. The reason I'm choosing this is because it's a nice animation where the character is really just standing there with a gun looking impressive. So let's go into the skeleton tab so we can see this nice and big up close. And what I want to do is look down here in the list of all of the bones in our character, and I'm specifically looking for the right hand, because the right hand is where he's going to be holding his gun. So there it is. There is our right hand bone. Now, this is really simple. Creating a socket's a very easy process. We're just going to right-click on hand R and choose Add Socket. And we're going to name it. Let's call it Gun Socket. Now, what is a socket? socket. Now, what is a socket? It's a very easy process in our character, and I'm specifically looking for the right hand, because the right hand is where he's going to be holding his gun. So there it is. There is our right hand bone. Now, this is really simple. Creating a socket's a very easy process. We're just going to right-click on hand R and choose Add Socket. And we're going to name it. Let's call it Gun Socket. Now, what is a socket? A socket is just a transform that is parented to a specific bone. And by transform, I mean just another object that you can move, rotate, and scale. And it's going to be parented to a specific bone. So wherever the bone goes, that little transform, that little socket is going to move right along with it. Now, if you're already a 3D animator, you may not be, and that's okay. If you're already a 3D animator, this is just like using a helper object in Max or like a locator in Maya. So, and that's okay. If you're already a 3D animator, this is just like using a helper object in Max or like a locator in Maya. So let's now take our gun socket, and the nice thing about sockets is you can right click on them and you can add preview assets to see what a certain asset would look like. So we can choose our little FP gun, and there we go. Our gun magically appears right there on our character. Now, this is just for previewing purposes. This is not permanent. This is not actually attaching the gun. But the useful thing is now we can select the gun socket. We can get out our transform tools like move, rotate, and scale with W, E, and R. Rotate out with E, and we can rotate the gun forward 90 degrees. And let's get the move tool out, and we can just kind of slide it along here. It's probably not going to fit 100% perfectly, but that should be okay for our purposes. I mean, you're viewing the game from up above anyway, so you can't really tell if there's little tiny discrepancies. Pull that in just a little bit, give his fingers a little bit more room. And there you go. Looks like he's holding the gun. It's not bad. Again, this is not really attaching the gun. This is just testing it out. So let's save that. Now, we should test this once again because we rotated our gun when we set up the weapon blueprint. So here's what we're going to do next. Let's go into our hero character. And way up here in our begin play event, we had our sequence and then we have our weapon setup. And what we were attaching to is the gun temp object. Well, let's not do that anymore. Instead of gun temp, we'll just delete that out and we'll delete out the involved reroute nodes as well. Let's instead use the skeletal mesh. So we're going to spawn it at the location of the skeletal mesh. And then let's use the mesh as the parent as well. And then let me really quickly double click that wire and create some reroute nodes to kind of clean this up, make it a little easier to see. Now the nice thing is that since we were attaching the actor to component, that node includes a socket name. So we can just feed this gun socket. And that's it. We're now attaching the gun to the actual skeletal mesh, specifically to that socket that we just placed on the mesh a moment ago. So let's compile, save, go back into the arena map and play. And it looks like we are rotated by 90 degrees. I was kind of afraid of that when we first set up our weapon. Fortunately, it's a super, super easy fix. We're just gonna go into our blueprints, open up the weapon. Let's grab the gun mesh and let's just take his rotation and let's just zero it out and see what that buys us in terms of this character. So there we go. We didn't need to rotate the mesh at all. So now he's holding the gun the way he should, and he can fire it, and everything looks really, really nice. He's doing all of his heroic shooting, but if he gets killed, he still holds onto the gun. So pretty nice, right?
Ну, сука, хули ты двигаешь две сразу, блядь? Хули две сразу двигается, блядь? Широкая на широкая, блядь. Широкая на широкая, блядь. Сука. Широкая на широкая, сколько раз повторять должен? Ой. Типа она двигается, потому что от... Оттуда, куда она вставлена. Пускай вот так будет, я не знаю.
by 90 degrees. I was kind of afraid of that, and we'll delete out the involved reroute nodes as well. Here in our begin play event, we had our sequence and then we have our weapon setup. And what we were attaching to is the gun 10 Let's swap it. Instead of gun 10, just delete that out. Delete out the involved reroute nodes as well. Let's instead use the skeletal mesh. So we're going to spawn it at the location of the skeletal mesh, and then let's use the mesh as the parent as well. And then let me really quickly double click that wire and create some reroute nodes to kind of clean this up, make it a little easier to see. Now the nice thing is that since we were attaching the actual component, that node includes a socket name. So we can just feed this gun socket, and that's it. We're now attaching the gun to the actual skeletal mesh, specifically to that socket that we just placed on the back in the day when the map And it looks like we are rotated by 90 degrees. And he can fire it, and everything looks really, really nice. He's doing all of his heroic shooting. But if he now we want to animate the enemy character. Here's a quick spoiler. This is going to be a very, very quick and easy process because we're going to reuse some of the work we've already done. We could create a brand new blend space for our enemy character, a brand new enemy anim blueprint, and we could assign that exactly the way we did with the hero. What we're going to do instead is we are going to make a new blend space to drive between walking and standing at idle. But for our enemy, we're just going to reuse the existing animation blueprint that we already used on the hero, which is why we named it Character Animation Blueprint and not Hero Animation Blueprint. So let's go over to our Animation Assets folder. And the first thing we want is to create our blend space. Now, our enemy character is always going to turn toward the player. He's always rotated such that he's basically moving forward, and we can see that here. No matter what's going on, these guys are always rotating toward the player. So we don't have to worry about direction. What that means is, in terms of a blend space, if you right click and go to create another blend space, there is a blend space 1D that we could create, which would be just fine because all we need is speed. However, we're not going to use that, and you'll see why here in just a moment. For now, just go with me. So we'll create a brand new blend space, just a regular one, not a 1D, but a regular blend space. We're going to base that off of the UE4 mannequin skeleton, just as we did before, and we'll call this the enemy blend. And we'll hit Control S and open this up. Now, this is still going to have the gun attached to it. Remember, that's just a preview asset, so at any point, you can right-click on the gun socket and choose Remove All Attached Assets. So that takes away all those preview assets. It's still going to be attached in the game because we did that in Blueprint, but it just gets rid of that preview. Okay, so now let's set up the parameters for this blend space. First off, we have our X-axis label. We might as well go ahead and set it up the same way. So let's call it direction. Let's give it the same range of -180, +180. Let's give it a Y-axis label of speed. And we're going to give this a slightly different range. This will go between 0 and actually 100 will probably be just fine. That'll be okay. Because once we make it up to 100 centimeters per second and above, we want him to look like he's walking. So that should be all right. So let's go ahead and apply those changes. It's always super important to do that. But the blend space itself is going to be really different because we only have two animations. We have idle and we have walk. And all we really care about is speed. So we could, if you wanted to, you could drag idle to the center of the graph. And if it helps make things a little clearer, by all means, go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and drag an idle at the very bottom and then a walk at the very top. But no matter what direction the character thinks it's going, we want to always just be walking. So we're going to put walk in both of the upper corners. And yes, again, we know this animation has a little bit of a pop to it. That's okay. It's just a temporary animation anyway. Now let's take enemy idle and we're going to put that down in the lower corners just for consistency. We don't really need to do that, but now we can test it. No matter what direction we are moving, we're always going to look like we're rotating forward. That's fine for this character because he's always just going to be moving forward. So we can save this. And if at this point you're thinking in the back of your head, why didn't we just use a blend space 1D? Now I'm going to explain it to you. We can now take our character NMBP that we created earlier, right-click on it, and choose Create Child Blueprint Class. So this will descend or inherit from character NMBP and have all of the same properties, all of the same animations, and we're going to call it Enemy NMBP. So let's hit Control S, and then we'll double-click to open this up. And take a look here, we have the Asset Override Editor open by default. So now we can override animation assets within this animation blueprint. So let's do that. Let's expand locomotion, and there is our blend space right there. So it's using the hero blend. Well, because we made a two-dimensional blend space for the enemy, it's the same type of blend space. So now it's completely compatible with what we had here. So now check it out. We can just choose the enemy blend, recompile, and now we're done. That's it. We've already set up the enemy's animation blueprint. We can change the speed, and as it makes it to 100, he goes into a walk. That's it. That's all we needed to do. So compile, save, close. We can go over to our enemy character. So let's go under blueprints and let's open up the enemy character. We'll select his mesh, and then under that anim blueprint generated class property right here, we can set this to the enemy anim BP. Compile and save. And now if we play, we're already done. They're already walking. They're actually walking a little too quick because you can see their feet sliding, so we'll probably want to slow them down just a little bit. Or we could speed up the walk a little as well. In fact, let's do that. Let's hit escape. Let's open up our animation blueprint. So let's go under animation assets and let's find enemy walk right here. And if we take a look, there's a rate scale, so we could push this up to say like, well, I don't know, 1.5? Oh, that's too fast. Let's do like 1.2. That really makes that pop really present, but again, that's okay. This is just for demo purposes. So now if we play, there you go. Now they're walking just a little bit faster. Their feet aren't really sliding as much, and they really have this kind of dedicated march. But you see, in this way, it was very easy for us to reuse some of our existing work. We're technically already done, but I'm going to do something really quick. It's been driving me crazy for the last few videos, and I've just been ignoring it. But I'm going to take the enemy color and change it slightly. It's just a little bit too overdriven. So we're going to desaturate that by just a bit. And compile, and oh, now they're pink. I mean, it's pretty funny for them to be pink. You know what? I'm just gonna change their color entirely. Let's make the bad guys orange. Pick just the right color. There we go. This is kind of what I was looking for, right? It's just a little bit more of a desaturated red. Something that wasn't quite so brutal on the eyes in our scene. So something kind of like that. And compile and save. And now if we play, there we go. So we've now animated both our hero and our enemy. However, there is one last thing you notice. Our enemies are just plinking out of existence. So we need to set up the same behavior that we set up on our hero and give them a little bit more time to play a death animation. I actually forgot to do that. So let's go into our event graph for our enemy character. And right here after is dead, we can do the same thing we did before. We can do a delay of 3 seconds. And this is going to be kind of funny, so I'm going to show you what happens if you just play this. Watch. So if we kill an enemy, look at this. He falls down and he keeps chasing us for like 3 seconds until he's destroyed. They just keep sliding after us. And that's because, technically, they're still chasing us down. So let's fix that. There's a special node in order to do this, and it is called detach from controller pending destroy. So what this does, and the name is really verbose, right? This will detach our enemy character from its AI controller, knowing that we're going to be destroying it here in just a moment. So then the AI controller will no longer be telling the enemy to chase us, so what we should see is the character just falls down. Which is great, that's exactly what we want. Now there's still a problem here, but it's a really subtle problem. You'll have to play a lot to test it out. And to make it a little easier to show off, I'm going to grab my spawn volume real quick until it's only spawn one enemy at a time. So I should only have the one. Now if I kill him, I still get hung up on him. I don't know if you can really feel that in the video, but there's still a collision surface there. So I knock him down and try to run into him, and I'm bumping into something right there. So let's do this. Let's say that as soon as the enemy character dies, we're going to change his capsule component's collision. So let's drag this out, drag a reference out to it, and then let's drag a wire off this and just say collision and see what we have. Well, we're going to change the response to a channel. So the way collisions work, if we actually take a look at the capsule component and look under collision, we have all kinds of different channels we can set up. We can say, like here, if if I expand collision presets, we can say in response to static objects we want to overlap or block, or do want to overlap and block pawns, etc. and so forth. So we're going to do a couple of things here. We're going to dynamically change the collision behavior the moment the enemy dies. So let's take its response to world dynamic, which will be things like our lasers, and have it ignore those. And then we could just do another reference, or we could do like a reroute node. It's the same thing, whichever way you want to go. And let's set collision, and do set collision response to channel. Once again, we're going to do the same thing twice. And this time, we're going to take all of our responses to pawns, like the player, and set that to ignore as well. So we should no longer be hitting lasers. We should no longer be hitting the player. And we'll clean that up with some reroutes. But when is this going to happen? Well, let's have this happen right before we detach from the controller, which will seem pretty instantaneous between the two. So we'll plug that in and plug that in, and let's clean up our graph a little bit. We'll have everything going in a nice, clean, straight line, and there we go. So let's compile, save, and play. And so now we can shoot our enemy and run right through him. That's also going to be really useful, where if we get these guys grouped up, our lasers won't stop on that collision. We can start shooting whatever enemy was right behind him. Now, we've got our enemies animating, we've got our collisions set up properly when they die. Really, honestly, at this point, the game, as far as prototyping something out and getting it playable, the game is essentially done. But we are going to do one last thing to really finalize it, and we're going to create a UI for it, a very simple UI using UMG. Pretty instantaneous between the two. So we'll plug that in and plug that in, and let's clean up our graph a little bit. We'll have everything going in a nice, clean, straight line. And there we go. So let's compile, save, and play. And so now we can shoot our enemy and run right through him.
А, ну это я сам с собой разговаривал. То есть я-то думал, я разговаривал, а я, блядь, сам с собой разговаривал. Еще и кто-то это самое же, видишь, заходит, что-то пишет, я отвечаю, я думаю, меня слышит. А все вот так. Потому что всегда как бы выключишь, а потом не включишь назад. Про Steam я говорил, что туда можно игру выложить, вот типа игра запускается, она просто черный экран показывает, блядь, или просто черный квадрат, я не знаю, там какой-нибудь, и все. Вот и вся игра, то есть как бы. Там же нет такого правила, чтобы нельзя было, ну... Там еще осталось интерфейс какой-то приделать надо, там, чтобы ХП показывал, я не знаю, пули. Пули мы много хотели, потому что хотели, чтобы, ну, какой-то режим стрельбы, что ли, можно было поменять, я даже не знаю. То есть, типа, заряжается, и такая ультра пуля вылетает, понимаете, как такое-то самое. И еще нужен другой режим стрельбы, чтобы... Типа сразу, да, не летело, а сразу, чтобы, то есть, понимаем, то есть, как это самое. Не как стрела летела, а как пуля летела, то есть. Потому что если просто увеличить скорость стрельбы, то не получится. Оно так не заработает. Но это надо как-то это самое. Ой, сзади оббегают, ты подумал. Вот так оно все и происходит всегда. Никак иначе. Теперь начала стрелять, вот типа... Пистолет, он прикручен к руке, да, вот и куда рука как бы показывает, туда пистолет показывает, то есть как бы. И теперь и стреляет тоже туда же, то есть он стреляет неровно теперь, но вот как трясется, туда и стреляет, то есть ровно куда показывает, ровно куда вот это вот дуло показывает, туда и стреляет, понимаете? Может, на самом деле, да даже и лучше, потому что... Но нужно как-то, чтобы можно было... Ну... Чтобы можно было это самое, то есть... Ну, это самое... На Shift нажать, то есть, как бы, ешь, бля, и чтобы ну, перестал трястись тоже. И с прицелом тоже перестал. Ну, то есть... На самом деле, это именно можно анимацию поменять, да, то есть, чтобы рука не тряслась. То есть, в этом весь смысл. Можно не придумать, а типа, чтобы рука не тряслась, да, то есть, как бы, ну, так оно на самом деле так и есть. То есть, как бы... И вебки тоже все эти. Ну и бардак же здесь, то есть... У плазменного оружия, у такого вообще должна быть... Ну, может, и должна быть отдача. А об отдаче я даже не думал. Я думал не об отдаче, а о том, что когда пуля прилетает, чтобы... Ну, враги реагировали на то, что пуля прилетает. То есть, как-то у них... Они как-то стагерились, или чтобы у них МС менялся. Потом, когда много пулей прилетает, чтобы они, типа, назад как-то отъезжали. Ну, может, не очень как-то, ну... Не очень задрочено это делать, но чтобы хотя бы вид какой-то был того, что он так и есть, потому что нету никакой... как это объяснить? Никакой реакции, да, то есть, типа, урон приходит... Да, вот когда вот урон приходит, а, типа, никакой реакции нет. Вот, это очень важно. Если был какой-то альтернативный режим стрельбы, типа там мега снаряд какой-то хуячишь, чтобы они хуячились там... Ну, у них же физика на самом деле включена, просто нужно импульс движения придать, и они, видимо, будут это самое реагировать. Ну. И вообще, может, пукло надо заменить на лук, понимаете, в чем дело? На лук заменить. И на стрелы. Правда, там какая-то анимация нужна будет совсем отдельная для этого. Где вообще анимации можно редактировать? Наверное, в блендере можно редактировать анимации? Как их туда экспортировать? Все очень долго нужно будет тоже там на как минимум на месяц. На неделю разбираться с этим, с блендером. Там как бы очень много всего есть. И кнопок всяких. Или можно коллаж позолоченный сделать и, как я говорил, такую баклажановую девятку и коллаж. И Кавказ, чтобы кругом был, понимаете? А как сделать отдачу, на самом деле не знаю. Наверное, нужно, чтобы МС уменьшался или увеличился в зависимости от того, в какую сторону отдача. И вот это вот вверх тоже, наверное. Сквозняки одни.
We actually have a fully playable game. We are basically done, but there's one more thing I wanted to add, and that was a HUD to our game. So let's start off here inside of our blueprint folder. We're going to right click and go under user interface and add a new widget blueprint. And we'll call this twin stick HUD. And we'll double click this to open it up, and this opens the UMG editor, which has two panels. It has the designer and it has the graph. Now the designer is where you're going to lay out and kind of design your UI, as the name suggests, and the graph is where you will set up all of the functionality for it. So this is going to be a super simple HUD. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this. We already have some nice training videos kind of teaching you the basics of UMG, so I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. We're going to start by adding in a horizontal box. Now, a horizontal box is there as an organizational element. It's going to allow us to arrange a series of HUD elements horizontally. So we'll scale that out just a little bit, just kind of stretch it as you see here. And let's add a text widget inside. So I'm just dragging and dropping that right into the horizontal box from the palette on the left-hand side. Now let's take the text property here and let's set this to health : space to add a little bit of a gap there. And then we need to create the health bar itself, which is just going to be a regular progress bar. So we'll drag a progress bar in here. And right now that progress bar is pretty tiny. So let's click the fill button on the right-hand side. Now, if I take the percent property and I drag it, you can see that the health bar fills up and decreases. So let's take the fill and opacity and just set that to a nice, rich, healthy looking green. And there we go. We have our health bar. But right now it doesn't do anything. That's okay. We'll deal with making it work here in just a few minutes. Let's also get a section set up for score. So I'm going to drag in another horizontal box. Now, earlier when I created my first horizontal box, you'll notice that it had this little flower icon in the upper left-hand corner. That is the anchor icon. It's telling us that the health bar is anchored to the upper left corner. Let's take our score and actually anchor that to the upper right. So I'll just go under my anchors and choose upper right, like so. We'll scale this out a little bit so we have plenty of room. And now let's add a text widget, and then we'll set the text property to score : space. Again, that space is just adding a nice little bit of a gap there. Next, we're going to drag another text widget in here, and we'll just set this to a string of zeros as our temporary value, and we'll give this a nice number to sort of differentiate. I'll choose sort of a bluish teal. And there we go. That is all I really want to do just for the design part of our UI. Obviously, you could spend a lot more time in here getting this all set up. All right, now the next thing I want to do is get this attached to our player. so that we can see it on the screen. To do that, we're going to go inside the hero character blueprint, and as a part of begin play, we're going to add another pin on the sequence, and then let's drag that wire out. Let's make another reroute node, and I'll right click on that reroute and give this a comment. We're going to say set a PUD. Now this is really, really simple. We're gonna keep this very basic. Just drag a wire out and choose create widget, like so. All we have to do is feed this a widget we'd like to create, and we're gonna make the twin stick HUD. Next, we just want to add that to the viewport. And there you have it. So now if I compile and play, there we go. We have our little HUD just sitting there. But it's not doing anything, it's not hooked up and working. So let's do that next. Now to make this functional, we're gonna be using the graph, but we're gonna do it in kind of a special way. Let's first get the health bar set up. So I'm gonna select our progress bar, and right next to the percent property, we're gonna click on the little bind dropdown and choose create binding. Now I'd like to name this, instead of calling it get %0, let's call this health bar. And what this is gonna do is get the player character, cast it to a base character. You could use a hero if you wanted to, but a hero is a base character, and that's where all the functionality lives, so that's okay. From this, we are going to get the health. Now that health is a 0 to 100 value, and as you saw, percent goes from 0 to 1. So let's take that health value, we'll divide it by 100, and we'll just connect that to our return. So it's a very, very simple graph. Let's compile and play, and you can see our health bar is full, and as soon as we start taking damage, our health bar depletes. And if our health bar reaches 0, we die. That's the end of that. So now let's get our score set up. Now we're getting a note here. The execution path doesn't end with a return node, cast failed. That's okay. Actually, it seems to have completed something because we're actually getting the value out, so we're not gonna stress that. Let's go back out to the designer, and now let's take our score text, and we're going to, right here in the text property, we're going to create a binding for that as well. Now here's the deal, we need to have a score that we can query. Let's take this function and rename it. We'll just name it score. Now I would like the score to live in the game mode. That way if the character dies, and it probably will, we can still maintain a persistent score. So we're going to create a score variable. So it's just gonna be an integer called score. So we've got a new score integer. Now we could absolutely make it so that the enemies just talked directly to the score and just sent up the new score value. But what I'd like to do is create a function here on the game mode called increment score. So let's make a custom event, which again is just like a function. It's a lot like a function anyway. And we're gonna call this increment score. All this is gonna do is take the existing score and it's gonna add some incoming value to it. So let's make sure we take our increment score and add a new input to it, which we'll call delta score. Make sure that's an integer as well. And let's add the two of these together. So score plus delta score. And that, by the way, if you notice an error here, just recompile and the error should go away. Now drag score back in. This time we're gonna set it, and we will set it to the new value of score plus delta score. And that's all we need to do. So let's compile and save that. Now, if we go into our enemy character, so right here we have our character right after we detected that he's dead. We have our delay, and then we're destroying it. Right after we decide that it's dead, let's go ahead and transmit the score. To do that, we are going to first get the game mode. So right click, get game mode. Next, we're going to cast this to the twin stick mode. Now that we know it's the twin stick mode, we can get that score value, or we can talk directly to that increment score custom event. So let's do that. So we'll drag a wire out and just call increment score. Now that's taking in a delta score, so we need to know what to set that to. So let's give these enemies a value of about 500. And we could just leave it like that, or if we know we might want to change the score later, we could right click and then promote that to a variable, which I'll also call score. So now what we're doing is the moment the enemy dies, he's reaching up to the game mode, he's calling the increment score custom event over on the game mode and sending it its score value. So if we compile, now we need to set up what's going on in the HUD. So we have the ability to talk to the score. Now it gets really simple. All we have to do to drive the score on our HUD is get the game mode, cast it out to twin stick mode. So now we have access to the twin stick mode, and we can just say get score. And notice that the return value on this is pink. It's a text value, and this is an int. If we plug the two in, Unreal will convert them for us, which is great. So we'll compile, save, come back out here, and let's play. Score is currently 0, and if I blow up one of the bad guys, there we go. And it looks like what's happening right now is that we are still shooting right through. Now, I think I deleted too many nodes earlier because I changed some physics channels, and I'm pretty sure that those were supposed to remain there. So let's add those back in. If I deleted out too many things, that's okay. It's super easy to replace. So let's go over here to the enemy character. As soon as we detected they were dead, we also need to change out some physics states. Now, this might be something you've already seen, so let's go ahead and just do it really, really quickly. Basically, we want to make sure that our lasers can no longer hit the capsule and our character can't hit them either. So we're going to grab that capsule and we're going to change its collision response to channel, the channel being world dynamic, and we'll Control-C, Control-V that, and this time also to pawns. Now what this means is, again, we're just telling the capsule, all right, we don't want you to collide with lasers anymore, and we don't want you to collide with the player anymore as soon as the enemy is dead. Just a quick little bit of cleanup. And we'll reroute that to make that a little bit neater. And there we go. So let's compile and play. All right, so now if we shoot the enemy, boom, we just get 500, 1,000, 1,000, 1,500. All right, sweet. So now we have a fully functional HUD. That's pretty much it. We have built our prototype game. It's fully playable, it has a HUD, it's got a lot of great things going on. Now, obviously, there's a lot of polish and a lot of cool things that you could do at this point. But before we completely close out, I did want to show you how this game could be packaged and turned into a standalone executable that you could pass out to your friends. So let's go under Edit, and go under Project Settings and go right over to Packaging. There's some things here that will be very useful for you to know about when you're building this out. First off, there's your build configuration. We're gonna leave this set to development, but when you're actually ready to redistribute, you can switch that to shipping. It changes some of the underlying configuration files. We're going to keep it set to developer, and then we're going to do a couple of things. First off, create compressed cooked packages. So it applies just a little bit of compression to decrease your overall file size. Then you can add a list of maps to include in a packaged build. So by doing this, the only assets that will be included are the assets that are listed in these maps. So it's a way to kind of cook out anything you weren't really using anyway. So we'll add an entry, click the little browse button, and then there's our arena map. So we'll add that in. And there we go. Now we just need to cook this to some location. So this is super easy. We're just going to go to File and go to Package Project and then go under Windows, 64-bit, and click. And it's just going to ask you to give this a folder location. So there's Package Project, and I've already created a folder here called Twin Stick Build. Now, if you click this, unless you have some errors in your C++ code, which you shouldn't at this point because your game has been playing, everything's just going to build and deploy. So instead of having to sit here and wait through a deployment, which would just be kind of tedious for the purposes of a training video, I can open up a cooked build that I've already completed off camera. So here we are, and we can double click and open this up. So there we go. Now this is actually a slightly different build than what we've been constructing on the video, but it does show off the process, so that's fine. Let's go ahead and close that out. So again, the process, once you're ready to go, which really just means you go under Project Settings, any settings you'd like to change, you can go ahead and do that. I prefer to use the compressed package size and then just feed in the maps that I want to cook. Really, everything else is just File, Package Project, and choose your platform. So there you go. You've now seen how to create a Windows executable. Very, very simple process. Before we go, let's go ahead and just kind of talk about what we've covered throughout this project, because there's actually been a lot going on here. I mean, we talked about setting up a completely blank project. We built a very simple level. We reviewed the Unreal Engine framework. We created a base class out of C++ code, which we then extended later into our hero character and our enemy character. We added a camera to our hero. We controlled mobility and rotation by bringing in some inputs. We set up the enemy character so that he could take damage from laser fire. On that note, we created a weapon that actually fired laser projectiles that were intelligent, right? They can't possibly shoot the player because they check and see if he's friendly. We showed how we could destroy those enemies, how the player could be destroyed, and how he could be respawned into the world. We set up animation. We set up the ability for the characters to choose between different death animations. We spawned a whole bunch of enemies into the world and showed how to set up a little spawning system that is intelligent, knows how many enemies are there, and keeps that capped out. We set up our own HUD for the game. We attached the gun to the character's hand using a socket. So we've covered a lot of ground here, and there's a lot of good stuff to review. So make sure that you do review it. This is totally compatible with the animation starter pack that's available on the marketplace. So there's a lot more animations that you can add. Thank you very much for coming along, and I hope to see you again on more training videos from Epic Games. We'll just add a couple of little polish elements to our game, all right? Nothing super crazy fancy. Just some stuff to make it look and sound a little neater than it did just a minute ago. One thing that I noticed is if we go over to our blueprints folder and open up our projectile, we have these beautiful lasers. I love these lasers, by the way. They look like they came like right out of the cannons of a TIE fighter. But the problem is, even though they are lasers and lasers emit light, they are not emitting light into the scene, which is a really easy fix for us. Over here under our component list within the projectile, let's go to Add Component, and let's add a point light component. and I'll call it laser light. Now, you can run into performance issues if you have a whole bunch of really big dynamic lights, especially if they're casting shadows. So let's make this not cast shadows. Let's pull its radius down to 400. Let's make its color green, obviously. And we're going to make it a pretty pale green for starters. We can always change that later. And we'll leave the intensity at about 5,000 lumens for now. And if we play this, now when we shoot lasers, you can see they're actually emitting little lights into the scene, and those lights will light up the enemies, which is pretty great. Though, you know what? If the game is going to have this many enemies, which if I decide not to turn that down, I should probably come over here to my weapon, and we should take its rounds per second and crank it up. Let's do twice as many. Let's do 10 rounds a second. There we go. There we go. Now bring it. Now, one little thing here is that even though we're shooting a lot more lasers, which is all well and good, and it looks really nice when we get into these dark areas, I think our sunlight is too bright to really make it sing. So let's change our sun just a little bit. So I'll grab my directional lights in the middle of the scene. Let's take its intensity and pull it way, way down. Let's do, I mean, we don't have to turn it off. A little bit is nice. We'll make it kind of like nighttime, moonlight, so really dim. And then we'll give it just a slight blue cast. And then let's rebuild our lighting. Give that just a moment to kind of do its thing. And as before, super fast build. So now we can play, and the game is really dark, but wow, it really makes those lasers stand out, right? So we can still see our character. Another problem is that I'm still having to do the sound effects myself. And I would like this to have its own sound effects. Now, here's the deal. I have some sound effects that I grabbed for this, but they are not mine. I got them on a site, I think it was called Sound Crate. I'm not going to redistribute them. No, you cannot have them. I'm just going to use them here to show how you can connect sounds, and that is all. But just for the sake of training, I'll show you how to hook something up. So let's hit Control S real quick and save the work that we have so far. And here we have two little sounds. We have laser fire and laser hit. So over in my content folder, let's make a new folder, which I will call audio. And here's my folder. I'm just gonna drag and drop both of these into the content browser. So let's hit Control S and save those. And if I turn up the volume a little bit, I think you should be able to hear these. So right click, play. So there's laser fire and there's laser hit. So that's pretty awesome. So here's how we're gonna do this. Let's go under our weapon. So under blueprints, let's open up the weapon. And the moment we fire, let's go ahead and play our fire sound effect. So we'll just drag a wire off here and say play sound attached. And we can go ahead and attach this to, say, like the gun mesh component, which is probably not gonna matter that much, but we'll do it anyway. And the sound we're gonna play is going to be laser fire. Now that's a really easy thing to set up, right? So let's go ahead and set up the other one as well. Now the other one is gonna be on the projectile. So over here on the event graph, we've detected that we've hit something. How about right before we destroy the actor, we play another sound effect. So we'll drag a wire back off this, play sound attached, and the component we'll use to attach to will just be our collision component. And the sound will be laser hit. All right, so compile, save, and let's test this out. Wow, it's actually shooting a little bit too fast. With the thing shooting that fast, the sounds start to get a little bit funky, which there's all kinds of ways we could work on that. What I'm actually gonna do is take my rounds per second and pull it down. Let's do something like, well, we could go back to 5, and then just in response to that, let's take our spawner and we'll pull this down. This doesn't need to be any flavor of 30 enemies. We can pull it down to 10. And let's play. Yeah. It's such a powerful sound that, like, I think it sounds better a little slower. Much nicer. Now, another thing that we could add, just because it's nifty, is like a spark effect when the lasers strike a surface. Now, we could build this up from scratch, or we could see what's lying around in our starter content. So for the sake of efficiency, let's see what's lying around in the starter content. So we have this guy, and this is a series of GPU sprite particles, and it looks like are we actually driving their color? Yeah, it looks like we are. So we're actually making these go from white down to a blue color, which is pretty cool. And then let's see, we're also driving alpha over life, it looks like. So that's pretty cool. So let's make a copy of this, and we'll use that to turn into like laser sparks. So I'm just gonna right click and duplicate, and let's call this laser sparks. And we'll just go kind of one emitter at a time here and make changes. So we don't need P sparks anymore. We just want laser sparks. So let's start with color over life, right? So we start with this really overdriven white color that is leading more toward blue. Let's see about taking the green value and kicking that up to 2, take the blue value and pull that down to say like 0.25. Actually, we want this to be pretty close to white, don't we? So let's try to leave this pretty high. So maybe like 0.75 and 0.75. So it'll have a nice bright white core. But then, as we go to these other colors, so we have, let's see, that's at 0, and then we have 1. Let's see, what if we just pull this? Wow, that's not really giving me what I should solo this. Let's just solo this particular. Oh, this is smoke. That's why it's being silly. You know what? It would probably help if I actually looked at the values I was changing, right? I just hit undo several times. Let's go back into my initial color, or color over life. So I like that that's got a little bit of color to it. Let's just push that more toward green. So it looks like it's picking up some of the green light, and we can stop soloing that. Let's now solo these sparks. So that's all well and good, but it's totally the wrong color. So now let's take a look at the color over life here. And this is a lot easier to read, right? Blue is at 15, green's at 6, and red is at 2. So let's take green and push that to 15. And let's take blue and pull that down to something really low, like 2. There you go. And so that's pretty obvious, right? And then here, we'll just swap colors here as well. So we'll take green and set that to 7. And we'll take blue and set that down to 1. So there you go. So there's nice green sparks. Now here's the deal. We don't really want these to just keep pouring into the scene like this. So let's take our spawn and we're going to set the emission to 0, and instead we're going to use bursts. So let's add an entry to the burst list and set this to 300. You see, it just does one quick jam of sparks. Now, we need to give them an initial velocity, and right now, let's see, so constant acceleration, we're just pulling them down toward the ground, which I'm actually okay with. We've got collision via scene depth, which is pretty nice. We have size by life. We're using a sphere emitter to fire them out into the world. I'm actually going to get rid of that. So now we need to give them some initial velocity. So let's go right-click, go under velocity, and we will add an initial velocity. And for start velocity, let's fire them down the negative x-axis, I think. I'll figure it out in a minute. So let's do negative 500 maximum and negative 400 minimum. So they're definitely firing an x. And then for y, we'll do 200 and 200 for z. For minimum, we'll do negative 200 and negative 200. So there you go. It's just like this one quick splash of particles that fire out in X. Okay, so now if we stop soloing that and we turn everything back on, also have the spark burst that needs to fire as well. And all of these need to have just like a little bit of burst once and be done. So spark burst is nice. Let's go under its color over life. And this is kind of more of the same, right? Like it's pretty obvious this is leaning toward blue. Let's just swap the hues around so it's leaning a bit more toward green. That's pretty good. But then we're going to take its spawn and let's burst this as well. We'll take its emission rate and set that down to 0. Let's grab its burst list and add one element, and this will be something small like 15. Now we could take the size and probably make the initial size a little bit bigger. So let's see, the start size on these is 20 by 10. Let's go with a little bit bigger. Let's do 30 by 20. Yeah, so it's just like a quick pop and then a splash of sparks which just kind of fire off. We can just start with it and we can go from here. There's obviously some things that I don't really care for. Most of it has to do with like the spark emission. I'd like this to feel quite a bit more randomized. So maybe what we do is leave it like this and see how things collide, and then we'll kind of see where we go from there. So the other thing too is smoke. Smoke is not really doing what I want it to. So we don't really want that to last forever. We want this to be based off of a burst as well. So let's go under spawn. Let's take emission rate and set that to 0. Let's grab our burst list, and we've added 1 entry to it. So let's take the count and set it up to 6 particles. So there you go. It's just a little puff of smoke. Now that's going to add a lot of particles to the scene, which is kind of cool and kind of funny. Maybe we'll take the spawn here on our sparks and pull that down to like 100. So let's save this. And now over here in our blueprints, let's go under our projectile. Now, right before we die, we played our sound. What I also want to do is now spawn an emitter at a location. And we want to feed this a location and a direction. So what I'll do is I will get the actor transform. So that is the actual transform, which is going to be the position and rotation and scale of our laser. Let's split the struct pin on this by right-clicking on that and splitting it apart. So we're going to feed location in here and rotation in as well. We need it to rotate so that the particles fire off in the right direction. So let's save this and... Oh, looks like they might be emitting in totally the wrong direction. If they're emitting at all, I'm not entirely sure that they are. Oh, they're not. Oh my goodness, totally silly. I choose spawn emitter at location, but I didn't feed it an emitter, so let's do that. Let's choose laser sparks, compile, save. That's super embarrassing, but kind of funny. Oh, look at it. Look at all the sparks. Oh, they're everywhere. Oh goodness. It's beautiful. The problem is they just keep emitting, right? So yeah, that's not good. We've made a little disco inferno here. So let's solve that one. So let's see, we have emitter durations and emitter loops. So if we go under the required module, emitter loops should just be 1 for all of these. We're only gonna play it once and be done with it. And then while we're at it, let's take the initial size of our smoke and make it a little bigger. So let's go with something like 40 by 20. Maybe bigger than that even. Let's do 60 by 30. There you go. Nice big puff of smoke. All right, play. And... That's ridiculous. But it really makes that gun feel dangerous, doesn't it? Awesome. Okay, so I made the smoke too big, so I'm gonna scale that back down. But it was really fun to do. So let's grab our initial size. Let's pull that back down to like 40 by 20. I did like it being a little bit bigger. And here we go. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. So we've got our little laser blast popping up. Let's make the enemies explode when they die, because that'd be fun, right? The way I would do this is, let's just take our little enemies. So yeah, let's open up the enemy blueprint if we don't have it open already. So there we go, enemy character. And here we are, detach from controller pending destroy. Right here before destroy character. The good news is there's already an explosion, particle effect, and sound effect in the starter content. In fact, let's leverage that. I'm gonna make a new blueprint. So new blueprint class. We're gonna base it off of actor, and I'm gonna call it explosion. And this explosion is just going to be 2 things. It's going to be a sound effect, and then it's going to have some functionality. It will spawn the emitter into the world separately. Now, often when I make an explosion blueprint, it also has a radial force, but we're not really playing around with physics, so I don't need it. If you wanted to push physics objects around, like if you load your game up with physics objects and you want these guys to explode and push the physics objects around, which you can do, it's super easy. Let's do a radial force component, because that's cool, and we'll call this Boom Force, because that's a great name for it. And it's got a radius of 200. No, it should have a radius of like 500. And it should have an impulse strength of something ridiculous, like 100,000. We can lift it up or pull it down as we see fit. This should also have Well, actually, that's probably all it really needs right now. Let's do this, though. At begin play, let's play a sound at location. So it's just going to fire forget. It's not going to travel with the actor or anything. It's just going to play this sound. And what it's going to play, if we look, there's an explosion cue. We want to play that. And the location will be get actor location. So wherever this explosion is, that's where it's going to play the sound. Then we are going to spawn an emitter at location. And that'll be at the same location, and the emitter in question will be the P explosion, which is included in the starter content. So if I go into the map, I grab this explosion, pull it into the world, and simulate. Now there is a sound there. I don't know how well you could hear it, but it is there. There you go. That's it. It's just a really, really simple, quick explosion. Of course, we could tweak it and make it prettier. Actually, it looks better if we pull it up out of the ground. So let's do that. Let's go under our explosion. And so we have this get actor location. Let's add to this. So vector plus vector. And let's take Z and pull that up by 50. And that'll be the new location. So we're just going to lift that explosion up into the air and then play that. So now if we drag one of these right into the world, like so, and we play it, the explosion's up off the ground and looks a little nicer. So that's super easy to do. So now that we have an explosion, oh, also we can do this. We can go under basic and we can grab things like a sphere and we can pull it up into the air and then hit the end key to drop it down to the ground. And with this selected, we can just say simulate physics. We can put an explosion near it and then simulate. So we need that radial force to really feel like it's hitting this thing, and I'm not sure that it's doing that. So let's go under our boom force, and you know what? Let's just add all the zeros ever. So I just added a whole bunch of zeros, and now let's simulate. Oh, it's still not affecting it. Well, that's kind of a bummer. Okay, so I could keep playing with that. I don't think I... Hang on. One more thing. What if I take force strength as well, and we just lift that up? Let's put all the zeros ever all over all these settings. Okay, but maybe that was too many zeros. Maybe that was a few too many zeros. Let's pull that down to something slightly more manageable. Okay, and... All right, cool. Well, that started to push it away just a little bit. There's got to be some nice middle ground in there somewhere. So we've got 100,000 up here. Let's do 100,000 down here. So we're changing impulse strength and force strength. What we probably only need is just force strength. So if we just do force, yeah, that's... Okay, and that keeps on pushing. Let's put this back down on the ground by hitting the end key. And then we're going to modify our blueprint just a little bit. Now this is going to be kind of interesting. We're going to delay by, yeah, just 0.2 seconds, that's fine, and then we'll destroy this object. So this explosion actor with this radial force will just kill itself. And there you go. See, it had that little bit of a push, which is all we needed. It just got the thing rolling. But I'd like it to have a little bit more. Since it's only living for 0.2 seconds, we really have to crank up the force of it if we want to be able to feel that force. So let's take force strength, and now it's up to 1 million. And compile. If you want to play with destructibles, you could also give it some destructible damage too, so it could start shattering things. There you go. That's what I want to see. So now, the cool thing about doing what we just did is that we could bring in like some other basic objects, right? Like here, and we can snap that down to the ground. Again, I'm snapping these down using the end key. So let's make this simulate physics and put a few more of them around. Now, we can delete out this explosion. We don't need it anymore. Over in the enemy character, though, right after that delay, right before he's destroyed, let's instead spawn actor from class. And what we're going to spawn is our explosion blueprint. And we need to give it a transform, of course, so we'll say get actor transform and plug that in. Okay, so now let's play this again in selected viewport. Oh, we should make it where the lasers can hit those. Oh, and we're no longer tracking. Uh-oh, we broke something. What did we break? Good heavens. Was it because we added objects into the world? It shouldn't be. Oh, wait. Let me see if I broke something in the enemy character, because I feel like maybe I did. No, he seems to be fine, at least at a first glance. So let's see. If we play and hit Windows and take a look in here. Affects health. All that is good. I don't seem to have a nav mesh. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Let's just try bringing in another one. Maybe I killed it. Let's just make a new nav mesh and see if that helps. So nav mesh bounds volume. I'll drag that down through the floor, hit P. There it is. Okay, cool. That's a nav mesh. That's what I want to see. But we need to be a lot bigger. So let's scale it up. We'll center it up on the floor. Oh, there we go. There we go. So, I mean, obviously it's not perfect, right? We'd want to tweak our projectiles so that they hit physics objects. You can even tweak the projectile so that they push physics objects around, which would be pretty nifty. But, I mean, that's as far as I think we're going to go. So, obviously, this kind of stuff is really fun. And with a project like this, I'm sure we could go on forever, right? Turn this into a full-fleshed game, add a whole lot more animations like attack animations and walk animations and crawl animations and reload and shoot animations, add a whole lot more sound effects and a whole lot more particle effects. But I wanted to show you just a simple pass on just adding some simple polish using stuff that was lying around. Of course, the sound effects we grabbed on the internet, but I hope that you take away from this how easy it is to start taking even a little simple project like this and starting to make it a whole lot prettier. So thank you all again very much for bearing with me while I kind of fumble my way through at least this little polishing process. I hope you guys really enjoy playing around with UE as much as I do.
Okay, so my name is Simon Lombardo. I'm a tech artist at Epic Game here at the headquarter. Today I'm going to show a bit how to mainly the way we approach effects here at Epic, which is like how to combine material and cascade or Niagara later, and then blueprints to have the effects as flexible as possible and be reusable many, many times. Also, how to make them quite performance by not using crazy heavy thing and 300,000 particles. So you can with GPU particle, but we try to keep everything together. So the idea is to basically recreate this exhaust here from, for example, a spaceship or something like that. That's within a blueprint, and you can easily like change the speed of it, stop it down, change the speed, start emitting smoke, this kind of thing. And I'll go through how to build the material and how to build the cascade for that, as well as how to set it up all together within one blueprint that you can reuse many, many times and change multiple value.
Direct light bounces that can occur in the environment. Of course, if we were to set this to 0, then we would see only the effects of direct lighting in the scene, as this would essentially turn off the bounce light calculation. What we are looking at then is what things would look like if we baked the current lighting setup using the production settings. Setting the value to 1, and then rebuilding the lighting of the level, which has both directional and skylights added. And let's set the intensity direct bounces to a
So what exactly is Datasmith? Well, Datasmith is a collection of tools and plugins, and it helps you basically bring content inside of Unreal Engine. But not just any content. It's designed to bring in heavy content from industries such as architecture, engineering, construction, and the like. Things where you have very complex assemblies and you don't want to piece them out part by part and bring them in and then reset them back up. So Datasmith allows you to bring in those original scenes as they are and use them inside the engine for things like real-time rendering and visualizations. So if we look at this workflow here, you can see the basics. We either have a supported format, which comes directly into the engine, creates assets in our browser, and then we can put them inside of our level. Or we can use a export plugin inside of 3D Studio Max, export that scene to the supported format, and then bring it in. So there's currently two things. You have your direct workflow and your indirect workflow. Here's a list, and we can see there's quite a few things here. For our examples in this course, we're going to be using a GLTF file, which you can see is set for direct. So we're going to be able to bring it in directly and work with it directly. We're also going to be using a 3ds Max scene. Inside of 3ds Max, we're going to take our scene, use the plugin, and then export that out to a Datasmith format and bring it inside of Unreal Engine. In terms of plugins, there are a few supported plugins. Right now we have 3D Studio Max, SketchUp Pro, and Autodesk Revit. You can download the supported plugin, install it to the engine. It'll allow you to export it out into a Datasmith format. Then once we actually have a file in a Datasmith format, how do we use it in the engine? Well, the first thing you're going to want to do is make sure you have the Datasmith plugins enabled. So here's the Datasmith option right here. On our toolbar, if we click on it, it's going to ask us for a Datasmith file. When we bring it in, it's going to import it into our scene. If you don't have this Datasmith option, you want to make sure it's enabled. So you would go to Edit, Plugins, and then we want to find the Datasmith section. Now it's going to be other importers. And you can see here we have a few options. The two main important plugins that need to be enabled for Datasmith itself is Datasmith Content and Datasmith Importer. This is going to allow us to import the actual Datasmith format. And if you want something else, for example, we're going to be using GLTF, we're going to choose the Datasmith GLTF importer. There are other options, as you can see here, such as CAD, FBX, and IFC. And if you have those enabled, when you click on Datasmith, you'll see them as available options here for importing. Once you have this enabled, you can go ahead and start working with either the plugin or a supported format to import directly. Keep in mind, you can
What's up, guys? Along, you can find that on the 3D warehouse. And so the way that this tool works is fairly simple. There's 3 options inside of the toolbar. The first, we'll probably go from right to left on this one. So the first of these, I'm not 100% this in by clicking this model from SketchUp, and it brought it into Twinmotion. And so they're both, you can see how we've got everything from our SketchUp model inside of our Twinmotion model. And so one of the cool things about this now is if we make changes inside of our SketchUp model, well, first of all, if you come in here and you hide things at the moment, if I just do like a shift click and I decide I don't really want these kind of like stylized but not detailed trees in here, if I select these and we'll go ahead and hide them, you can see how nothing's going to change in Twinmotion initially. So you can see how these trees all stay in here. But what you can do is you can click on this button right here for See in Twinmotion, and this is now linked to this model over here. So when I click on See in Twinmotion and then I click into Twinmotion, you can see how those trees are now hidden. So what this allows you to do is this allows you to quickly synchronize those changes between SketchUp and Twinmotion. And so I could do the same thing with this tree right here. I could also, if I wanted to, let's say I added like a different material, like let's say, and I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole, but let's say we change the color of some of these headers over these doors and windows. So if we were to adjust these inside of SketchUp, say by applying a different color to them, for example. So maybe we wanted to apply like a lighter color like this one or something like that. Or let's go ahead and do something a little bit more dramatic. So let's do something like, let's say we wanted these to be a purple material in here, just for the sake of this video. So if we made that change and then we clicked on this button right here, that change is then going to update as soon as we click into Twinmotion. So what you need to do is you need to click the button for See in Twinmotion and then click into Twinmotion, and as soon as you do that, this model is going to update. And so this is really nice for me because it really allows you to quickly make those changes and those adjustments. So if I wanted, for example, to take these back, I could just undo this, click on
What's happening, ladies and gentlemen? This is Min from Architecture. Of the wood flooring seems to be pretty wide, so I will make it a little bigger. There we go, that looks good. Mistake number 2, models are too perfect. Perfection is not always a good thing. In the real world, it's rare to see an object perfectly clean or a room perfectly organized. However, in computer graphics, we get the straight lines and clean objects by default, so when your render is too perfect, people will definitely know that it's a 3D model. That is why it's and make sure you save the view after you make changes. Here is the comparison between the two views. You can see the second one looks a lot more realistic. Another tip is to use 2-point perspective so that the camera is not tilted. Sometimes I see people tilt the camera slightly up or down like so. When you do this, the vertical lines will become slanted, which is not great for the composition. So to make it look better, go to Camera and select 2-point perspective. This will fix the slanted verticals and make your composition look a lot better. However, sometimes it's okay to have slanted vertical lines. For example, if you're doing a view from the top like this, then I actually recommend you to not use 2-point perspective. Note that you can try different aspect ratios too. For example, here I have a scene with a landscape aspect ratio at 35-degree field of view, but I can change the aspect ratio to portrait.
on this button right here and then click in Twinmotion, and these are going to go back. And so a lot of people like that live link. What's up, guys? Justin here. this stuff with the game developer option as well. It's just a licensing thing. So make sure you check out the licensing and figure out if it's the case. You want to make sure you have that Unreal Datasmith installed. And so I will link to the in this case, mine is the English-US, and then it's going to be made. It's got some textures. Drop down, install this directly. You're just going to click. It's going to come in with nothing. Import mouse button, and then click be this file right here. So just navigate to a weird spot. My camera just kind of gets dropped in a weird spot. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to click in for right now. For right now, we just wanted to get this in so that we could start kind of flying around. And you'll notice a couple cool things is it also brought in my SketchUp camera views. So like for example, if I click on this camera, I get a little preview of what that camera view is going to look like. And so you can see how using Datasmith, you can actually bring in your SketchUp files with all of the textures already applied. So I'm very excited about what we can do with this, but for now you've got your file in and you can kind of start playing around with this. So that's where I'm going to end this video. Leave a comment below. Let me know what you thought. Did you like this? Are you excited about Unreal?
Welcome. Today I'm going to show you this scene I created in Unreal Engine using a SketchUp model. So what's before was quite old, and here we have the new Quixel grass. And you can go onto my webpage, my website here. I would like to kind of recommend you don't do is just literally export the whole house as it is. I'll assume that you know about Datasmith, and of course you'll need to install Datasmith before you do this, but here you'll go to export and you have an Unreal Datasmith file that you can export. So you can also purchase this once we have this kind of this flat lighting mode, then the idea is to just bring in a direct light, which I've set on movable, which means everything I do that is the founder.
У нас не получится с Unreal строить дома, потому что требует SketchUp Pro или какую-то подобную программу, которая денежку просит. Понимаете? Я уже не осилю. Типа вот было бы вот эта вот проверсия, были бы и дома, понимаете? Я же не знаю, какая из них. Видимо, вот которая за $300 в год. Это же Гудини, блядь, дешевле стоило, по-моему. Там всего лишь 200. А тут просят 300. И Twinmotion, видимо, тоже просит. Тоже просит.
Все. I want to show you some of the longer graphs. So if we go to, let's get a selection of the long.
Архикад не знаю. Там, по-моему, цена не написана. Вот только что открывал. Цена нихуя не написана. Наверное, договорная какая-нибудь. Ну, графоний здесь, конечно... Россия есть.
Time changed and became less glorious. The territory around it used as a marketplace and somewhere as a bus parking.
Лондон is the capital of Great Britain, действительно.
I was working as a chief architect on the refurbishment of this stadium. When I got an offer to renovate and revive the territory around it. The 160-hectare project had to include safety perimeter, networks, training fields, playgrounds, and of course landscape design, and a lot of other facilities. All of these things had to respect the strict FIFA handbook.
300к чего?
As you see, I knew about this territory. Everything, not because
Наверное, рублей все-таки, потому что доллар что-то, блядь, доллар что-то дохуя слишком даже для...
But at first,
это самое.
Was looking too much to manage. Still, I decided to take up this challenge, and so how our company and my company started. For over 5 years, we grew up from 4 to 70 people, having accomplished a number of interesting projects in Moscow. I would like to tell about all of them, but we have time for only one, and I think my colleague will talk about it in more detail with, I hope, with a great passion. In most of our projects, we act as a general designer, developing
General design, понимаете?
but also we develop architectural and structural solutions as well as master plan and cost estimate in-house. And main thing, in our work, we use the open beam approach. It gives us great flexibility working with our subcontractors. Some of them can even integrate our system, their own software. Using open beam approach allows us optimize our costs in terms of hardware and software, but also in terms of people involved in these processes from Argentina and others. In our work, of
Метро
course,
он какой-то.
Open beam approach.
Вот это вообще хз, где Заха Хадид. Савеловский вокзал. Какая-то пристань адмирала Щербакова. Где это вообще находится? Первый раз вижу, блядь. Вот типа метро. Ну это все концепты какие-то, наверное, нихуя не будут строить.
That brought us here, the rhythmic gymnastics center in Luzhniki in Moscow. That we developed using open beam
Я не знаю, он мужик вещает. Наверное, нет, потому что я не знаю, как бы.
approach.
Вот это точно нет. Потому что...
And my colleague Elena and our chief architect will talk about it from architectural
Никен
side of things.
Сикей.
Thank you.
Савеловский вокзал. Вон там. Японский архитектор.
My name is Елена Мызникова. I am a chief architect, and I would gladly introduce our project, the Rhythmic Gymnastics Center, from the point of view of an
Over 10 years of collaborations.
Заха Хадид это как бы агентство какое-то по строительству.
We managed to develop a team of highly qualified architects. The FIFA World Cup. I was working as a chief architect on the refurbishment of this I would like to tell about all of. I hope our company. In our.
Nikolai. Good morning, colleagues. It's such a pleasure to be here to establish new standards in grace and elegance, inspired us to create something extraordinary. It's a rare case in architecture.
Ирина
The
Усманова.
appearance and character of a person fully translates in a building. And in order to impress such an impressive woman, we came up with the 4 completely different concepts. Each one of them was dynamic and unique on its own. Honestly, I like all of them. But which one do you think Irina chose? She chose the one that resembled gymnastics ribbon. Thus, the most complicated part of work started, and we had to face many challenges during the design process. The first one was the strict deadline for the end of construction. And at the concept stage, we created not only architectural model, but structural and MEP at the same time. We combined them together in one BIM model and started solving all the complex problems which appeared during the merging. So, spending little
Типа это
time
какой-то,
trying
где
to reach
какой-то
solution,
фигурная
we
гимнастика, или не
saved
знаю, как это
ourselves a lot of
называется.
time for the next stages. Also, it spared us from the unexpected mistakes on the construction site. As a result, we started in the beginning of 2016, and today the gymnastics center is almost opened. One more factor that played an important role in helping us was the BMX app. It allowed us to simplify the connection with the client and project adjustments at different stages. Also, it was really efficient in communication with the contractor on the construction site. Just one funny moment. We once used 3D glasses to show some kids the model inside, and she a mistake in the project. We collected them together in one unified rectangle and covered with unique and complicated roof. However, it's a creation of modern architecture that harmoniously fits with the historical environment. Actually, in all of the buildings in this picture we participated, except the one in the background, the expressive. LED petals gleam and change their.
And of course, the most significant project in this field is the Rhythmic Gymnastics Center. And as you can see, not everyone, all architectural drawings at all stages of the project were completed in ArchiCAD. That is why we decided to replace them with a metal frame. As a result, it had a positive
Платье.
effect on
Как-то не заметил, какое там было платье.
The shape of the roof has become much
Мне
more
как-то
elegant.
вообще не особо это самое.
So we could make decisions. Footing, the cassettes, and then the others.
Что это за ужас?
Difficult to understand?
Что это за ужас? Что это за ужас вообще?
Okay, anyway. The tight deadlines for the project, we decided to maximize the typification of all elements of the roof. We tested a variety of shapes and sizes of cassettes, and in the end, we chose the most universal one, the triangle. Only the junction points,
Как могу уж.
the individually designed cassettes were used. Almost all of the ones that you see in different colors are similar in size.
Да мы, видите, зашли в тупик, дальше непонятно, что делать. Будем сейчас про это самое смотреть, про эффект частиц какой-то, но я вообще хотел про архитектуру вот эту смотреть, но типа раз там все платно, то получается не могу дальше. Нельзя ничего экспортировать.
You looked at the project from the perspective of its different participants: management, business, the creative group, and the technical side. We saw what
Может, можно просто из этого скетча экспортировать не, как бы, блять, не через вот этот плагин, который автоматически, а как-то вручную, я даже не знаю, потому что... Или будем все просто это самое, как бы, в блендере все будем делать, а не оттуда. Но это очень плохо. Да, на картинке выглядит нихуя не так, как у них в начале было.
We take a pride in the fact that our project has been selected as a key one for the new version of
Это
ArchiCAD.
пререндер или это уже построено? Это уже на
Thank
самом
you,
деле
Archisoft,
тяжело
for the
определить.
opportunity to tell you about our experience. And now we invite all of you to Moscow. Thank you very much for your attention.
Какой комплекс. Где вообще? Непонятно. Типа буква Н какая-то огромная, блядь. Нужно больше этажей. Метро какой-то, стадион Динамо. Заха Хадид там типа в России-то одно здание было где-то построено всего лишь, или два. Сайт, конечно, какой-то доисторический. Абу-Даби. Стадион Аль-Жануб. Это Катар. Ну, сначала там на картинках все красиво, а потом все равно все обычно получается. Мексика. Какое-то монументальное здание огромное на самом деле. Банк Ирака. Свердловская филармония. Типа это в Екатеринбурге где-то должно быть. Там на самом деле непонятно, будут они строить, не будут. Это дизайн, да, типа, блядь, дизайн есть, но строить, видимо, никто не собирается. Технопарк Сбербанка он. 16-й, непонятно когда. Москва написано. Вот это похоже на игру Mass Effect. Там точно такие же были этажи. Суки, блядь, никакого, блядь, нету этого. Сволочи просто, твари поганые. Филармонию строят? Башня какая-то есть. Румыния, Бухарест. Банк Ирака. Уже с 11-го года. Написано, что можно из кетчапа в блендер, а из блендера... Ну, хз. А из самого этого скетчапа можно экспортировать просто? В чем он вообще экспортирует? Можно просто скачать, посмотреть, о чем там речь идет. Типа скачиваемой версии нету, да? Хочешь, чтобы зайти туда? Ешь зайти туда. Давай уже заходи. Не, нихуя, она открывает она в интернете открывает, она не дает мне скачивать. Это бабище. Что здесь нажать надо, чтобы оно заработало? Видимо, только платная версия, что ли, я не понимаю. Да, написано web-only, блять, суки. Сволочи, блять. Хули мне нахуй мне надо, блять, если это самое.
Хи мазафака.
Сложно очень. Ну а где здесь всякие домики, я не знаю, и прочая хуйня. Видимо, нету. Кругом один обман. никогда уже не разберусь.
Then at the end of that, I'll show you how to access this value outside of Blueprint. For example, if you are interested in cinematic and things like that, many
Моделировать собрался.
Ой. Ой, сложно-то как. Ну что же такое-то? Надо прилечь.
Может лучше блендер.
Да блендер это не то, блядь. Блендер это 3D модели, а он там уже еще сложнее. А мне домики нужны, понимаете? Домики. Вот. Тут, суки... Потому что в платной версии, видите, какая хуйня?
Tools in it, like UVW mapping tools specifically to get all your UVW mapping. Found this cool model.
Суки, инфо-цыгане одни, блядь, кругом. Ничего не могут толком ни сказать, ни сделать.
Spacebar to toggle through moving, rotating.
Great. Thank you very much, Eddie.
Они типа просто одной кнопкой экспортируются и все.
Let's take a look at a lot easier with
О.
a lot of implications for how you create your content, and we'll get into that in a few minutes. But
Домики можно поискать в магазине ассетов Unreal Engine.
Но я хочу свои домики, я не хочу магазин ассетов.
Much of the original look as possible. Now, this has a lot of implications for how you create your content, and we'll get into that in a few minutes. But let's at least take a look at some of the SketchUp workflows. So the SketchUp workflows look something like this. The workflow is very similar for a 3ds Max user. You simply export from SketchUp and then re-import a .u datasmith file into is relatively new to Unreal Engine and Unreal Studio Datasmith. So if you're already an Unreal Studio Datasmith user in some of the other applications that we support, this may seem a little bit repetitive to you, but I just want to be sure we cover all of the bases. Thing is just as we would expect it to be. This is one of the real advantages of Datasmith, and that we don't have to redo a lot of work. The goal, again, is to make it easy to on-ramp into Unreal Engine.
Тут вообще ничего нет. С чего начинать? Тут ничего нет. Просто пустое окно какое-то. И спросить не у кого, потому что нету даже никакого ни обучения, ничего.
Найди туториал from scratch Tokta.
Software. To start using SketchUp free, you only need to create a Trimble account and sign in. At this point, the main account interface opens, showing the most recent projects made. This gets open on the main interface, with several drawing and editing tools on the left, and useful panels on the right side that you can close and reopen when you need. Every new project is completely empty, showing a 2D human interface as reference, and the main three Cartesian axes, such as the red x-axis for the horizontal direction, the green y-axis for the vertical one, and the blue z-axis for any height from the ground plane, where the x and the y-axis lay. To draw any element, you can use the tools on the left side, some grouped into a single button. Once a tool is enabled, you can define object points and sides by either clicking on the preview or typing precise values with your keyboard on the box in the bottom right corner, applying with the Enter key. Enable the Line tool to drop straight segments sharing the last node. You can go on drawing until you use the Escape key or close the shape in progress, which gets filled automatically. You can also draw freehand with the Freehand tool, using your mouse wheel to zoom in to make lines and curves more precisely. Use any of the arc tools to drop arcs in different manners, depending on the kind of tool selected. Remember to open the instructor panel to get full information and tips on how to use the current tool. With the rectangle, the circle, and the polygon tools, you can create regular shapes by fixing 2 points on the preview, aids to make your drawing, or simple 2D text. The on side, section, and a 2D path to follow tools. With push-pull, you can generate a 3D object by clicking and dragging from its 2D base, defining the extrusion length for it.
Вот это, значит, панель какая-то. Какой же ебанашка там, блядь. Как же я ненавижу всех этих инфо-цыган ебучих. Весь интернет загадили, блядь, своим пиздежом просто. Чтобы найти что-то нормальное, нужно, блядь, сотни просто, тысячи. Там на самом дне Ютуба только, не знаю, там может кто-то что. Да и кто? Никто ничего за бесплатно не будет говорить на самом деле. Кого я это самое, то есть... В этом-то вся и проблема. Все, кто пиздят, все ничего не могут. Они только пиздеть могут. И даже это они не могут, потому что даже если человек может пиздеть, он не будет на ютубе.
https://www.youtube.com // вопросительный знак v равно 3 смо нижнее подчеркивание длам может поможет.
Ой, сложно. Ой, сложно.
Hey everyone, Tyler from Quixel here. In this video, we'll be exploring the Megascans 2020 ecosystem, its Quixel Bridge, and thanks to Bridge, your personal scene. Incredibly simple and intuitive user interface. Whether you're in the architecture, construction, urban planning, or landscape industry, Twinmotion was built to address your needs without compromising on the quality or
Я вот не понимаю, зачем этот Twinmotion нужен, то есть в чем смысл вообще?
Fantastic real-time Unreal Engine. This
Для
ecosystem gives you
визуализации.
everything you need to get started on the project of your dreams. All you need to do is log into the Megascans library with your Epic Games account and you're all set to go. I would also like to point out that you can also leverage the Megascans library within Twinmotion, which is a fantastic real-time architectural visualization software that helps you create beautiful imagery with an incredibly simple and intuitive user interface. Whether you're in the architecture, construction, urban planning, or landscape industry, Twinmotion was built to address your needs without compromising on the quality or learning experience. You can expect us to cover Twinmotion more and more in our upcoming articles and tutorials, so keep an eye out for those to come out at a later date. And last but not least, if you truly believe in your project, you can always apply for an Epic Mega Grant, where Epic Games could help you financially fuel your success and achieve your vision. So I hope you've enjoyed the breakdown of this ecosystem in this video. Stay tuned for even more educational content.
Нужно видео. Ай, что-то пошло не так.
Hello, this is David from GeekThis.net. Today I'm going to show you how in
Да я не могу, блядь, этот пиздец слушать, блядь. Просто я не знаю.
one. We now need to enable the sandbox tools. To do so, go to...
Черти не русские, вы вообще, вы сами, блядь, слышите, как вы разговариваете? Вам самому приятно такое, блядь, терпеть? Нет, идет на YouTube и записывает, блядь.
And draw 100 feet by 100 feet.
Не, лучше как-нибудь сам разберусь без этой хуйни. Я не знаю, то есть пиздец просто какой-то, блядь. Ладно, я тоже ненормально разговариваю, но типа должен какой-то край быть у этой хуйни, чтобы, я не знаю, блядь. Тут нажали на какую-то кнопку и ластик. Вот карандаш есть, понимаете? И там еще было какая-то вот повышение, блядь. Мне непонятно, что здесь с осью координат. Ну. Да. Все, больше не работает. Это что такое? Все, теперь нужно в блендер экспортировать. Куб какой-то. Тут нихуя и нельзя экспортировать, да, то есть... Эта хуйня не хочет мне дать дальше ничего делать. Вот эти домики можно как-то вверх и вниз. Приходится выбирать из худшего и из еще хуже.
Use this tool on with objects that you can search for several ready, complete, and covered. If this is too long or complex, you can take a look at the Components panel to search for several ready objects that you can import on the preview directly.
Ну и как? Ну, вообще он 8 мегабайт. Побольше-то нету деревьев. Слишком сложно. Так вот, самый топ.
From the Model Info panel. So on the workspace, click Perimeter. Make sure to check out our YouTube channel to get free and outstanding tutorials on other professional software.
Alright, so I have SketchUp open here and I found this Barcelona chair on the 3D warehouse and I want to import it into Blender. So to do that, I'm going to just put this at the origin really quick or close to it. I have my chair. I'm just going to go to File, Export, 3D Model. And I'm gonna.
У меня нету, блядь, кнопки файл экспорт, суки, блядь. Они вот эти мрази, блядь, просто суки, блядь. Сделали хуйню какую-то. Где кнопка, блядь, чтобы это самое...
OBJ file. There are some options down here. If anything is sort of going weird, you may need to play with some of these options. So just be aware of that. I'm just going to leave them how they are. Export. I already have one of those, so it's going to say, are you sure you want to export? And I'm going to say yes. So it's exporting my OBJ file. And then after that, you just want to open Blender. Go to File, Import. Choose the OBJ file and then navigate to where your OBJ file is, click Import Object, and you can see there you go. If I hit X-ray, you can see it has all that.
Мне не нужен один объект, мне нужно все сразу, блядь.
Geometry and everything is ready to be edited. Now the thing to be careful of, and maybe a little bit misleading in this, is that I have the Pro version of SketchUp so I can export object files. That may not be an option for you if you don't have the Pro version, but there are older versions of SketchUp. I believe SketchUp 7 has the option to do that while Google still owned it, because it was completely free. There was no Pro version at that time. I'm not sure about the legal ramifications of doing that. I'm sure if it's just a hobby, it's not a big deal, but you'll have to go find a version of SketchUp 7, and I'm not even sure if that's the right version, but I know an old version can do that. You can also export TWG files from that. But this came in, it looked
To import SketchUp models into Blender, make sure everything to be imported is available and ready in the scene in SketchUp, and then from the File menu, select Export 3D Model. Blender, or it will appear. Export it from SketchUp, then click Import Collada. Blender will take a moment to pass the file depending on how complex the scene was from SketchUp, displaying the mesh in the 3D.
Хули опять все сломалось, блять. Я не знаю, что сказать вообще. Хули все ломается, блять, постоянно. Я... Вебку, хуебку, блять. Вебку, хуебку, блять.
Hey, and welcome back. I'm super excited. Okay, I'll see, just do that. And I go to Radical. That said, we can now delete this cube.
Warehouse SI. Okay, for this tutorial we are going to use the beta. Okay, appears here. X are the result. Let's select all.
Сейчас бан, блять, будет. Суки, блять, кругом одни сволочи. Скоты какие, а? Не дают ничего делать. А. У меня все вон запрещено, блять. Только PNG и STL. Суки, блять. Тут надо все убрать, блять, нахуй. Все, блять. Что и же время же было, блять, бы какое-то. В общем, нихуя ничего из этого не будет работать за бесплатно, блять. Все ручками придется делать. Да хотя бы в этом надо разобраться, я не знаю.
And pressing delete, you get this question mark if you would like to delete.
Hey, what's up guys? Chip Walters here, and today I want to talk about why you might want to consider switching from SketchUp to Blender. I've collected 20 separate reasons on why this might be a good thing for you. I've also collected a few reasons why you might want to consider not switching. So let's get started. Let's first look at some of the reasons why you may want to stay with SketchUp. So the first reason is fairly straightforward. You may not use 3D much, and SketchUp is actually very simple. It's easy to learn, and you can become fairly proficient at it by simply watching a few YouTube videos. Also, if you're only interested in doing very simple projects, SketchUp is a great application to consider. It has a better interface because it has lots of buttons, and unlike Blender, doesn't require you to learn lots of keystrokes.
Да, вот тут нормальный, кстати, интерфейс, а вон там
The second
хуёвый.
reason why you might want to consider staying with SketchUp is it has that wonderful 3D warehouse. Even though there's not a whole lot of great models there, it's easy to find what you're looking for, and it's great for adding correctly scaled models to interiors and exteriors, and sometimes you can use it for even kit bashing different products to make other products out of. Number 3, SketchUp has its own look. Many of you are familiar with the outline, illustrative, and cartoon look of a SketchUp drawing. It's very easy to understand looking at these drawings and these perspectives and these line drawings. And because of that, SketchUp is unique in that there are no other programs that can generate exactly the same kind of look as SketchUp. Number 4, Blender takes time to learn. As with any powerful program, Blender takes a serious commitment of time to master it. Sure, you can do some basic modeling and rendering quickly, but creating full-feature designs and high-quality renders does take more time. The 5th reason why you may want to consider sticking with SketchUp is it's better if you're an architect. If you're trying to create dimensioned and accurate architectural drawings, you may find that SketchUp's a better fit for you than Blender, or for that matter, most any other 3D CAD type program. The 6th reason is that Blender really doesn't have any layout or equivalent 2D program. Layout is SketchUp Pro's 2D drafting application and is especially good
Вот
at
что,
documenting
блядь,
your
надо
designs.
нахуй, блядь.
And the final reason is that there is a pretty strong plugin community in the SketchUp universe. In fact, the plugin developers are the ones that are responsible for plugging many of the major holes in SketchUp's functionality. Okay, so now let's count down the top 20 reasons why you may want to consider switching from SketchUp to Blender. Number 20, and maybe the most important, is that Blender is free. Unlike SketchUp, you can download right now Blender and use it on your computer, and you will not be charged one single penny. So that's pretty impressive.
Какую собачку тебе,
Let's take
крыса
a quick look
полудохлая?
at what it does cost
Собачка.
you to use SketchUp. The free version is online, does not support any plugins whatsoever, and is basically, at this time, pretty much a toy. Even the SketchUp shop doesn't support plugins, and
Вот
it's
так
very
ее
difficult
захуячили.
to create anything of significance. So the pro user account is the one that you probably want, and that's $695. Furthermore, once you purchase it, you still have to pay $120 each year to upgrade, maintain it, and get the type of product support that you require. Number 19. If you're like me, you pretty much hate launching SketchUp because it takes forever to load all the plugins and do all the necessary checks and do the license check and all of that. And on my computer, which is an extremely fast i7 computer with lots of memory, it takes 21 seconds to launch, which is ridiculous. There are also CAD, a big issue. Most of you know SketchUp doesn't really support any kind of UV mapping. It's text UV mapping. It's the way a camera works in the real world. It's
Ну а что
optimized for
поделать?
GPUs and can use
Мне жить негде уже.
need UV mapping in order to render something as accurately as possible. And it's very, very difficult to do that in SketchUp. 15. Particle effects. If you don't know what particle effects are, something based, realistic rendering.
Нужна какая-то программа, типа архитектурная. Почему я, блядь, ну, вот тут, потому что много вот архитектурной визуализации. Но они требуют или скетчап, или я не знаю, что еще, то есть. Ну, типа, мы все это можно скипнуть. А именно просто стены сделать просто из кубов, я не знаю, там. Нам именно какой-нибудь графоний нужен. Ой, сложно. Нужно прилечь, отдохнуть.
Engine, which is absolutely fantastic. This means you're going to be able to model and animate in real time in a photorealistic way. Quality is just amazing. You have to see it to believe it. And the 12th reason why you may want to consider switching to Blender is that it has way better subdivision surfaces. Blender subdivision surfaces are superior in how they work, and they are incredible edge and loop tools also that make creating organic shapes simple. One of the other great things about Blender sub-D surfaces is it automatically creates quads from n-gons and triangles. So as soon as you subdivide a mesh, you are guaranteed to have all quads. Number 11, Blender has superior topology and polygon modeling tools. This includes easy access to vertices, polygons, edges, and faces, and that's not something easily done in SketchUp without only a few plugins, actually. Blender also has sculpting tools for working with organic and character shapes, much like ZBrush, but not quite as powerful. But you can still rough out some fairly interesting forms fairly quickly. Once you get used to using Blender's tools, you're going to wonder how you ever did without them. Number 10 is Blender's very nice cloth simulation. Even though cloth simulation is supported in SketchUp now with a brand new plugin, Blender's implementation is faster and has more features. Plus, it can be integrated directly into animations using physical property. Number 9, Blender has a robust plugin support. As you know, SketchUp depends on plugins to create the expected and even standard features of most other Polygon programs. Blender developers create some of the most advanced plugins in the industry. There are plugins like HardOps, Box Cutter, Decal Machine, which are just amazing if you watch them in use. Also, there's Pro Lighting Studio, Pro Skies HDR, and a slew of other great plugins that are supported by the Blender community, and just like SketchUp, many of them are free. Number 8, the editing tools. SketchUp is far, far behind the other Polygon modelers.
Типа очевидно, что одно для архитектуры, а другое для
6. Blender
моделей.
has stunning and photoreal interior renderings and animations. Number 5, dealing with too many, which is risk in terms of success, and its fear, and the company is falling. So that's my 20 reasons why
Там есть какие-то архитектурные самые.
Renderings generally on the 1C, so I do small projects, small buildings, so mainly houses for people, the terrain there, and then I work to do them at this two. The project
Потому что у него архикад сначала включен, а потом уже это.
To draw the plans, to check the quantities, have the quantity of floor, of roofing, of everything, and make quotations, I think we call it like that, things that you cannot do in Blender. And then I switch back in Blender for the renderings. Generally from Archicad, I use a 3ds export format because this is the one that works the best. None is perfect between 3ds, OBJ, Collada. None of them is perfect. The advantage with the 3ds export is that it keeps the UV mapping that is done by the architectural software. So you import it in Blender, and you don't have to UV map your things, and then you don't move things. And there is a
Слава Украине,
КСТА. So this was the first design to show to the what we call esquisse in French, so sketch in English. It's with a curve modifier to in the
Героям
correct.
слава КСТА.
You have to be careful with that. IFC open shell divide by 2. The lightning talk tomorrow modifier, then another subsurf modifier, the Boolean with the grid version of it. But if you go in edit mode, the basic shape is just family. So you have to.
You ever looked at an interior render and thought, there's a number of objects here, right? So if you just try moving this, auto hole, difference, whatever that is, B mesh, and then it's control.
Ой.
Hey guys, sorry for being late and keeping you waiting for this plan and about average heights and now add a box in the scene, and while in edit mode, go to the overlay and check the edit length in the measurement tab. After that, go to the scene tab and then change the unit scale to imperial. Now just pick one value from the floor plan and scale the box until it has the same value. After that, select the floor plan and scale it up to match the box value. You can use the cursor pivot point, which will help you to match it easily with the floor plan. I have set the height value of the wall to about 13 feet. It's better to know about average heights and width of the room, doors, windows from real life scenario. It will help you build your model fast. You can search on Google to know the values. I have set the wall width value to about 6 inches. After that, just use the edge loop and slide it to the end of the edges, and then press G and use the numpad keys with XYZ axis to define the width of the wall. It's a simple trick, but it can add pace to your work.
Опа видос от индуса.
After following the floor plan, you will get this result. For the background and lighting,
А
go
теперь
to
нарисуем
and
сову,
select environment
блядь.
texture for the color and select HDR you want for the scene. Scattering value for the grass, select 1.2 reflection cube map and the link in the description box. You can support me by pledging me.
One of the most known fields for its use of 3D software is architecture. Architects and designers have a lot of options to choose from, but there is one software that a lot of people don't consider as an option for their work, which is Blender. Blender is a free and open source 3D software that can do professional work in many industries, but is it really good when it comes to architecture? To answer this question, we are going to dive deeper and break things down so anyone can understand what we are talking about. There are a lot of architectural visualization artists around the world using Blender for their freelance or contract work. Also, there are some architectural firms and studios that use it to do work for their clients. Architecture work is more than modeling and creating. One of the ways to have faster results, especially in the early stages of modeling projects, is the use of parametric 3D modeling in Blender tool, which makes it possible to create nice buildings or houses really fast by adding procedurally some of the most common architectural elements for buildings like floors, windows, railings, doors, balconies, and roofs. Also, there is Archipec, which is kind of similar to the building tool when it comes to adding elements in a fast manner. So you need some portion of those use Blender to bring the vision of architects from paper or 2D design to fully fleshed projects that you can navigate through as if it was created in. Work is more than modeling and of product development because it is fast compared to some CAD software that architects use.
Ну не, это сейчас уже будет бан. Правда, кого банить, не знаю, но определенно.
In Blender allows designers to have greater control over
Придется выключать сейчас этот плагин, потому что я иначе не смогу это остановить. Хероту, блядь.
You can use some good websites that offer free materials that can be used to do decent work. Also, there are subscription websites for high-quality materials that can help you deliver much better results in a shorter period of time, which is a good investment if you are doing client work that can pay you a good amount of money to cover expenses. There is also an option of making your own material library if you are good at using software such as Substance Designer. Number 4, rendering. Rendering is one of the most important parts of architectural visualization work because interior and exterior hire people who use a program need to put in the work and a solid grip over. I hope you found this
me on my Patreon page so that I can make more.
Блять, слишком сложно.
Anytime when we are with client and all of that, there is some trick to access the value much more easily than just add each element inside your sequencer, for example. So that being said, I will do a new level. Can't save that guy. And usually the way we approach is that probably about 30% of the effects is particle, 60% is your mesh with a really good shader that you can easily change and swap and all of that and adapt to what you need. And then all of that is within the blueprint. So the blueprint can drive
Восклицательный
multiple
знак.
value within either your material and your effect as well. We use also a lot of, who is familiar with Cascade here? Who use Cascade once a week? Okay.
А вон одни вон
Who never
деды,
use
блядь,
Cascade.
сидят.
All right? Who is familiar with the material function and this kind of thing? All right, that's cool. That's going to help me to set up blueprint. Who is familiar with blueprint? Okay, more. That's great. Awesome.
Кто?
All right. So when we do effects, usually the mesh and the UV are extremely important. The way you set up your UV for your mesh is extremely important. In this case, I have an exhaust that will be a cone shape that is empty. And if I look at my UV, I set them up that the bottom of it is the bottom of the cone here, and the top is the top. And I know that when I set up my mesh, and the way I will set up my material, I'll know that throughout the whole process. So for my texture, we use a lot of pack texture, and you're gonna get access to that project, but basically I have a few
Крышечка.
Сука, тут это и не включено, да? Где на это посмотреть вообще?
to set up blueprint. Who is familiar with blueprint? Okay, more. That's great. Familiar with blueprint? Familiar with blueprint? Okay, more. That's great. Awesome. All right. So when we do effects, usually the mesh and the UV and the UV and the UV are extremely important. The way you set up your UV for your mesh.
Я хз, где это находится, блять.
Чё ты все сразу начал изучать?
Что сразу? Я это и собирался, а потом я домики смотрел. Там, чтобы вот этот Twinmotion или какую-то подобную хуйню, но оно не заработает. Потому что сюда нужно экспортировать. Я не знаю. Домики...
Надо последовательно.
А последовательно что? С чего начинать последовательно? Для чего это вообще нужно? Я сюда ничего не смогу импортировать. А отсюда в этот Unreal...
Нахуй тебе сейчас свои домики. Возьми из Asset Store и работай с ними.
А вот деревья отсюда тоже, наверное, нельзя. City Skyline. Даже сезон можно выбрать. Карта какая-то открылась. И это где вообще находится?
Яснобан.
Бан кому-то надо. Это всегда можно. У меня где-то было открыто же окно. Все, вон повисло, то есть. Мужик какой-то.
77,777,777,777,777,777,777,777.
Мышка нихуя не крутит. Какие-то бананы. Или что это? Со всем этим не разберешься, ни с чего начать, ни...
Seven hundred seventy-seven sesvigentillion 777 quinquivigentillion 777 quatuorvigentillion 777 tresvigentillion 777 duovigentillion 777 unvigentillion 777 vigentillion 777 novemdecillion 777 octodecillion 777 septendecillion 777 sextillion 777 quindecillion 777 quatuordecillion 777 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
Суки, блять, кругом. Можно не спамить, пожалуйста? Ой, что-то я очень устал, я не знаю, что...
Esvini's Kazakh.
Я не знаю, что еще сказать можно. Очень устал.
Извинись за суку, сука.
Мне, блядь, нужно извиняться, блядь. Так отдыхали уже, вот в чем проблема, уже отдыхали. Уже отдыхали. Какие физические упражнения? Где я, блядь, сделаю физические упражнения? Не-не-не. Тут места нет.
O I O I O I O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O Oi O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L O L
Может, потом как-то полегчает с этим. Но... Потом как-то полегчает с этим, и может и это самое. Включим назад. Надо прилечь все-таки. Что уже не знаешь, что делать. Этими частицами.
It's extremely important. In this case, I have an exhaust that would be a cone shape that is empty. And if I look at my UV, I set them up that the bottom of it is the bottom of the cone here, and the top is the top. And I know that when I set up my mesh and the way I will set up my material, I'll know that throughout the whole process. So for my texture, we use a lot of pack texture, and you're gonna get access to that project, but basically I have a few material here, and if you check, each channel is a little bit different. Those are similar, they're still a little bit different, so I can have variation. That's also saved in Drocol because you're doing only one texture, but you're actually using 4. The other one may be a better example here. So I have a ring, and if actually I'll show only the red channel, I know I have the top one that I can use. If I want something more in the middle later on, or mix them together, or the bottom, I have a green one. So packing texture is a way to save a lot on performance. And making your texture seamless, it's also really useful in the way you can reuse them with any mesh, or you can pan them and you can rotate them without having to worry too much. So let's get started, and let's get started with the material from the exhaust. And because the material is a bit complicated, I will start it, and then I will show you the final one, which is basically redoing the same thing over and over to have more variation into it. So I'll right-click, create a material. Open that up. First thing I want to do, a little trick if some of you don't know, select a static mesh and click on the little teapot.
Все в общем.
And so I have my static mesh